Let's do a sound test. Can you all hear me okay? By all I mean me. I think we're good. I'm alright. I'm alright, Luna. This is a song from our previous Kickstarter, from the end of it when it failed. Right, let people know that I'm doing a stream. Link to our channel. What other videos do we have? Oh, the old this is our old Kickstarter video.
The Queen has landed. Wearied from her perilous flight, she sheds her wings, burrows into the soft sand, and begins to lay. The first children of the nomadic Formica erector must grow quickly if they are to survive. For soon, these ants will embark on a vast and treacherous journey through thick jungle and scorching desert. As the player, you must lead your queen and her children to victory on their perilous quest. To expand your colony, you will need to create vast underground networks of tunnels and chambers. Gathering food from above ground is essential to sustaining a growing workforce. However, it isn't enough to simply survive. Here in the underground,
We also need to post something on Facebook.
can be found almost everywhere, and Formica erecta are conquerors.
What area? Let's post it on the Slick Disco page.
Queen's unique ability to spin polymorphic DNA into her young, new soldiers are spawned that exhibit the traits of their foes. This soldier has taken on the form of a driver ant, a formidable insect boasting powerful jaws that make quick work of a titan beetle's thick armor. For defending against this frenzied swarm of fire ants, a suicide squad of exploding carpenter ants has been summoned to melt the invaders with corrosive acid. In the end, only one colony will dominate the pinnacle of the ancestral mating grounds and secure its place amongst the great empires of the undergrowth.
the game overview. Where's Titans? Titans was fun. What's to finish posting this? God, there's multiple versions of me.
Titans in the game will be guarding territories. So in order for you to advance into that territory and then eventually move on to win the game, you're going to have to deal with the Titan. But you don't want to deal with it with a small force. You want to build up your force first before taking it on, else it will just crush you.
Right, okay. Back with you guys. Nvidia have announced their new GPU. Hopefully 980s are much cheaper in time for my build, right? Good morning. I'll be on for a few hours. I'm not totally sure how long I'll be on yet, but it'll be a few hours. I'm going to be tackling the issue of trying to make corpses of insects you've killed collectible. So that's what I'll be taking on. I haven't quite figured out how I'm going to go about it yet. So a lot of this stream's actually going to be me just trying to figure it out. So I should probably get a pen and paper because I'm going to need that at some point. Right. That's enough of the old footage. Let's open Unreal. Hello, half of Poa. All right. Right, Hawk. How are you doing? How can I know there is a new updated demo that I'm able to download? How can I know that how can I know there is a new updated demo I'm able to download? Thanks, Hawk. When new demos come up, we'll be putting them up on both Game Jolt, Itch.io, and IndieDB. So you keep an eye on things on those locations. We'll also push notifications to God, lost my train of thought. We'll push notifications to social media channels as well. So if you're following us in various areas, you should hear if a new demo becomes available. Okay, so where was I? I was having a look at this briefly yesterday, but I didn't actually get very far. Just kind of looking at levels now. I made myself a test level, but I didn't really do much in it. Okay. So first up, I need to set up a test in the level. So I need a very weak Devil's Coach horse lava to take on, and I also need a couple of soldiers to take it down and a couple of workers to harvest it. Oh, hang on, this is a cavern, isn't it? Which one's a cavern? Where's the cavern in this level? That's a cavern, apparently. So is that. Huh. There's a couple of. There's a tiny little amount of cavern here. Turn that off. Oh, I remember I was just setting that up. Yeah, anyway. Let's dig that out. So, we need a Devil's Coach horse. Lava. One of these beauties. And I also need a couple of soldiers. Okay, give me one sec. Cool. Hello. Right, okay. Sorry about that. That was my mother. Right. It's time to add some black ants. So, need a couple of black ants. And this needs to be an enemy. So, -1 is the neutrals. And some workers as well. Okay. So, what I suspect will happen here is, actually, that is nowhere near enough black ants to kill that. But I can cheat it a bit and give it 1 health. There we are. That should do nicely. Okay, let's have a quick look at what people are talking about. Currently making some fan art of the game. Just saying, oh, that'd be very nice, Hawk. So, before I get banned for spamming the chat, great job on reaching 12,000. Yeah, thanks very much. It's been good. The past few days have been a lot slower, but we're in the middle of the Kickstarter at the moment. And this happens in the middle patch. It kind of starts with a massive burst of interest, and as long as you get a good one at the start, you're all right. And then in the middle it goes quiet, and everyone starts panicking. And then at the end, there's you get another burst of interest, and we'll be ramping up to the end over the next week, kind of starting. You get places talking about us again. Right, so I reduced its health to 1, so that should mean it gets killed really easily here. Yeah, there we go. Okay, so I just thought I'd point out at the moment, there's a couple of things you'll notice differently. First of all, the tiles are highlighting as you go over them. That's if I've got the dig tool. If I've got the build tool out, it's the ones that you can build on will highlight. So yeah, that's just to kind of give you an idea of where you're actually allowed to build and dig. And secondly, there's actually some sound options been added to the options menu. Okay. So yeah, that test works fine. So we just need to yeah, I was making something yesterday called, there we are, edible creature. Yeah, and what I want to do is I want the Devil's Coach horse to extend from that. So if I just reparent this, we should be fine. So what reparent does is it makes the creature based off a different class than it was before, but it's still based off the same base class. So it will be a creature, but it will also be an edible creature. And the edible creature bit of code is what will allow the creature to be eaten, obviously. Okay, so reparent that to, there we are. Didn't have any issues with that. Although it does want me to check out some files. Yeah, cool. Okay, so then this should be an edible creature, and on it, yeah. Now we've got a food held and a max jobs, right? So how much food should one of these be worth when it dies? Right, each ant, I suppose it needs a, I should really be editing the blueprint for this though. So yeah, I actually want to be editing the Devil's Coach Horse Larvae blueprint. Should be parented from a edible creature. It should mean it's got a food value in there somewhere. Animation, owner ID, creature stats, food harvest time. Interesting. Can't see a food value. Oh no, it's up here. It's just in default. Okay, so food held. How many ants does this normally take to take down? So we basically we want it to be worth taking down. So you want to reward someone. Hi, Van2931. It's a catchy name. Right, so if it takes about 6 or 7 ants to take one of these down normally, we should probably give about 15 food, maybe. We just kind of have to guess these numbers to start with. Okay, what is max jobs? Max jobs is basically when it dies, a certain amount of ants will be told they can go harvest this corpse. So max jobs is kind of how many ants at the same time do you want harvesting the corpse. They're not very big corpses, so I'd say about 3. I'll do. Okay. So I'm gonna have to get dirty in the behavior tree and the C++ job management system. So next door, let's stop the corpse despawning when it dies anyway. So yeah, I probably want to edit that on the blueprint actually. So corpse doesn't despawn anymore. There we go. So the source controls are taking its time. Come on. To some extent, max job should auto scale with the size. Yeah. Or maybe the amount of food there is to harvest. Still not sure what the maximum amount of food an ant can carry at a time is. The seeds are valued between 1 and 4, so maybe the maximum amount a worker can carry should be 5. I'll worry about the source control later. Okay. So yeah, I guess I want to have a look at the worker blueprint for that, don't I? Creatures, form character, worker. Okay, so I'm not even sure if there is a maximum amount set on a worker at the moment, but if there isn't, I should create that stat. So let's have a quick look in the behavior tree for the worker. Okay, so food job. So when it picks up a food item, see, this is perhaps where I should I need to consider this for a moment. Yeah, I think I agree with you that 5 seems like a good value for a carrying amount. I already added it in on surface food, which I believe is here. Harvest food, I think that's in here. But I'm not sure whether I just hard coded the value in. Let's pick up act. That's spawns a poppy seed. Sets the see there. All I've done is when they harvest food from a large item on the surface. All I've done is used an integer there. That really needs to be a value taken from the creature. So yeah, let's make that stat. I need to go to creatures. I actually think these are in the C++ code. Hold on. If I click on any of these, it'll bring up C++ anyway. Will the size of the underground maps be increased in the future? I actually think they'll be decreased. I want more of the game to take place on the surface than underground, to be honest. Uh, and so the surface should be the most interesting area. The underground's just kind of your base, and it doesn't need to be massive. But then again, it's all dynamic, and we can change it mission by mission. So different missions will have different sizes, different levels will have different sizes. So I'm sure we'll have a range in the actual finished thing. Okay, so I'm looking for creature. Okay, so these are default stats. There in the H file. Here we have all the stats. So here we are: dig speed, dig amount, blah 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 blah. Food harvest time. So I want. Oh damn it! I know what I've done there. Shouldn't have done that. It's alright. I basically just need to give myself permission to edit this file. What was that? It was creature, wasn't it? It's creature.h I'm editing. I'll check out the C. Alright, file's checked out. Okay. So, is food always going to be an integer? Yeah, food will always be an integer. You don't want 0.33 like half pieces of food, and probably an int32 actually. Food carry max. Okay, and then I need to give it a default value. Five. Yeah, we said 5, didn't we? Okay. Right there. This might crash it because we got a problem with creature that sometimes causes it to crash when changes are made to the H file. So let me just make sure everything's saved. Cool. Okay. Compile that code, and we should get this new stat in the creatures. What posted so long? Sorry. Hawk, what do you mean making the post so long? I love compile time. Compile time is the biggest reason for procrastination when you're working on a development project. Because whilst it's compiling, it's so easy to just, I don't know, open up Reddit, start searching the internet, and you just get distracted, and then before you know it, it's 15 minutes have passed. It compiled 10 minutes ago. Yeah, I'm going to make a coffee whilst it's compiling. Right. Where are we up to? Oh my gosh, it's still compiling. Yeah, it's really taking its time. Alright, Virgo. Good to see you back. See what's going on social media. You see, I've succumbed to the compile time web surfing problem. The compile time is probably a good chance for me to answer any questions people have. Yeah, I haven't finished making my coffee. I put the kettle on. It was stopped by I stopped in the corridor and chatted for a bit as well. Twitter notification. Come on, compile time. Wonder if it's compiling something else. I'll look at the output log. What's going on? No. No info. We're waiting for these to get their new stat. Should just be called... I can't even remember what I added anymore. It's been so long. I do drink a lot of coffee. Oh yeah, today I'm looking at trying to make creatures edible. So we're going to be making it so once you've killed a devil's coach horse larva, the ants can harvest its corpse. This is just going to kind of be a first iteration of it. I've got some other ideas that I'd like to implement later on, but at the moment, basically what's going to happen is the workers will be able to come over to the corpse once it's died and take a certain amount of food away from it at a time. And once all of the food that's sitting on the corpse has been taken away, the corpse will sink into the ground like it did before. Looks like we've finished compiling. But will it crash? I'll get my coffee anyway. Hey, crashed. I know what the issue is. Let's restart. Alright, it looks like Hawk's got a massive message to give to send to us all. Okay. So the creature class should now have this extra variable on it. There we are. Food carry max. So, with that made, put all these in here. Where's the level we were working on? Demo level. Okay, so now with that stat made, it's actually been put onto all creatures, and all creatures, quite a few creatures will actually need it, because certain all ant species will eventually be able to carry food. Certainly in surface jobs. Underground, probably just the workers, but on the surface, all ants will be able to carry food. So they're all going to need the stat, and also certain other species that are in the game, not ants, might need to be able to carry food. So it's there if we need it. So what we need is for the workers to raise, for the dead ant to raise a job for itself. Okay. Trying to think what's the simplest way of doing this. As a basic first iteration, what I can do is I could have them be harvested the same way as another food item is, and they raise just a standard food job for themselves, and we'll see what that does. So let's have a look at that, shall we? So to do that, I need the... It's not open. Edible creature, that's the one. Yeah, let's not worry about that function for now. I think I will probably come back to that. But an edible creature is essentially... Where's the event graph? There it is. Oh, okay. Let's have a quick read. Yeah, so soldiers will be able to help with food jobs on the surface. Vigo 12055. They underground, it's just going to be a worker's task, but on the surface, things the rules are slightly different. We'll get to that. I'd like to do an update in the Kickstarter to kind of explain the surface more. Even if we haven't got much to show in the way of the surface, we can at least give people an idea of exactly how things are going to play up there. Okay, so let's raise a job. So essentially, on tick. Right, I want to have a look at the creature blueprint as well. The creature blueprint's actually quite detailed. This is the received damage side of it. To be honest, that comment should encompass that as well. So this is when a creature receives damage. That's actually the message that the queen leaves when she dies. to include a Titanorama as an enemy character that we have to fight, without actually being able to include its genes in our own army. To explain why an extinct ant species in the game. Oh, right. An extinct ant species. Interesting. Right, anyway, I'm just going to continue whilst you're typing away. Okay, so this is what makes the corpse sink into the ground. So this is going to be doing a check to see if it's dead. And all that's doing is it's having a quick look at the creature's health, and if it's less than 0, and it's finished its no sink time, which is just an amount of time it stays still without sinking, then it moves the actor's location. Simple as. So yeah, the corpse actually won't sink into the ground unless it's been flagged as corpse despawn. Where's the check to see if corpse? Ah, there. Okay. So yeah, we got to check to see if it's so. Basically, once the food on the creature reaches 0, it can do that. But we can actually change the corpse despawn flag inside edible creature. So what we want is a check on tick, really, to see if its health is less than 0. So this is like an if condition. What am I checking? So it's just this value called health. Let me just check. Yeah, it's parented from a health. That's what I want. Okay, so if health is less than or equal to 0, oh, no, don't want to set corpse despawn. And corpse despawn is false. What do I want to do on corpse despawn false? This is the point where we want the food job to be raised. So what I want to actually look at is how a food job gets raised naturally. So to do that, I need to actually look at the resource blueprint. There we are. Okay, so how does a... Okay. This one hasn't been commented very well. I should probably add comments into this. This is actually completely disconnected from anything, so that can probably be deleted. So So it waits a while, then it tries to make a job for itself. Okay, I'm coming back to chat for a second. To explain the extinct species in the game, so that it went extinct on all of the continents except on the island. Yeah, it's not a bad idea. I'll have a look at the ant species you were talking about. Sounds cool. Just want to say thank you for the nice Twitch demo of last session. Oh, is this the demo that I gave out to everyone? Yeah, it was no problem. Glad you enjoyed it. It was a bit easier than the other demo I'd sent out, to be honest, just because there was so much food on the map. Right, let's take a moment to reacquaint myself with the way this works. So yeah, this is checking to see for overlapping actors. Where's the thing that actually creates a job for itself? There. Okay, so that is the call that lets ants know that this food item can be picked up. So this entire section here So what does this actually do? This sets collision enabled. Okay, I see. Setting collision enabled allows it to do this check. Okay, I think I've got my head back around how this code works. I don't actually think this section of code does anything, you know. I suspect it's just an old remnant of something. Get the gain state, get queens, cast to the queen, get the queen's location, find path. Oh, that's how yeah, I remember. That's how it actually used to work. Was it used to try and path to the queen, and if it could path to the queen, it made a job for itself. But that's no longer used. At least I really hope it's no longer used, because I've just deleted it. Okay. So I need to use something similar to raise a food job with the dead creatures. However, it doesn't need to be as complicated, because they will already always be uncovered. The other food items, you had to check whether they were uncovered or not. However, with Devil's Coach Horse larvae, by the time you kill them, they'll definitely be uncovered. So, what do we actually need in here? Don't need to check for any sort of overlap. That actually loops through all the overlapping actors and checks to see if they're a tile. We don't need any of that. So we need to literally just check whether it's dead but the corpse isn't despawning. If it's dead and the corpse isn't despawning, it can raise a job for itself, which is done by getting the player controller getting the job manager from the player controller and check to see whether the job exists for itself already. Yeah, cool. I know what I'm doing. Okay, so I need to go back to the edible. Yeah, the edible one. Okay, so what are we working on here? Okay, so if corpse despawn is set to false, we can then raise a job for it for ourselves. Okay, so what I'm doing here is I'm getting the thing called the job manager. A job manager is an object used to each player in the game will have a job manager, and it creates jobs for it stores jobs that can be done underground. So and it dishes them out to ants. It says, right, these ants need a job, so they can do this one, they can do this one. The job manager is going to be a lot more complicated. When I do take a look at it later, you'll probably see there's a lot of commented out code in there, and that's because there were bugs. We found bugs in the complex version of the job manager, so we couldn't release the demo with that version of it. So we just made a really simple give jobs to any ants, and that's why the worker ants seem a bit stupid at the moment, because they're not actually using any clever method of getting jobs, but they will do. In the next demo we send out to people, they will do. So with the job manager now, we need to create food job. Check for existing job from requisitioner. Okay, so we're checking to see whether a job's already been raised. What is it that's raising the job? It's self. Yeah, so it's checking to see whether there's a job related to itself already in existence. If there isn't, we need to create one. Okay. Not quite sure what that'll do. Welcome back, Hawk. Okay. So, I mean, let's get it to come up with a message when it's created a job, just so we can. Just so we can know it's happened. I don't actually know what this will do. I suspect it will crash. I suspect the job will be made, and then a worker will head over to it. It'll try and pick it up, and it'll crash because it won't be picking up what it expects as a food item. Yeah, job made. Worker's heading over to it. Oh, it's managed to. Right. Really wants to pick that up. Alright, so that actually didn't go as badly as I thought it was going to go. Let me just check whether there's anything coming out of the output log, 'cause it might give me a clue what's going on. No, there's nothing coming out. Okay, so let's have a look in the worker's behavior tree. Behavior tree. Where is the behavior tree? It doesn't look like we got it. Oh, yeah, here we are. Okay, so let's follow the logic of the behavior tree so we actually understand what the ant's doing. So a food job's been made. A food job will then get dished out to an ant. Cheers, Hawk. Yeah, and any suggestions people have, do put it into the Stomped. It's the best place for it all. That way we can keep feedback all together in one place. So yeah, I'm just going to follow the logic through of the food. So, am I carrying food? Okay, so this is a food job, right? First of all, ask the question, do I have a food job? If the answer's true, it'll come into here. What stage of the food job is it at? So is it carrying the food already? Or if not, which is inversed. So if it's not carrying the food, this is what it does. If it finds it is carrying food already, this is what it does. So when it's not carrying food, it targets the requisitioner, which is the dead devil's coach horse. It moves to the target. It marks the job as being in progress. It picks up the target. So we actually saw it do that. What we didn't see was anything after that. So this is the last thing we saw, was that it tried to pick up the target. Oh gosh, I know what's happening. It's because we actually haven't got a food tile. Huh. This is what happens if you try and pick up, if you've got food all over the place but you haven't built any food tiles. So yeah, let's just create myself a food tile for now. Where's the... Okay, so there we are. We've got a one tile food chamber, so that should give us something. But I suspect it will break now. Do you know what's going on there? I know what's going on there. Okay, so it's the behavior tree song. So what happened there was what I think happened there was the ant was struggling to get around the thing that it was carrying. Oh, that's the navigation mesh, by the way. So that's basically where ants can walk, that you can see there. So I'm guessing there'll be some errors when I stop this running. Oh no, no errors. Anything in the output log? Not really, actually. Nothing useful. So yeah, the ant successfully picked up the food item, walked with it back to the food tile. On the way, its movement messed up a bit, which you can see. There. Now, what that is it's the crowd management of the game trying to walk around the thing that it's carrying. So I need to, once a creature is dead, it needs to be removed from the crowd management. So it needs to be no longer considered in the crowd management. So let's Google this. I think you just need to change their the avoidance groups. Yeah, I think that's probably the right thing to do. I mean, they shouldn't really be trying to avoid each other anyway, right? So, on a creature, there is the movement component, and on the movement component, there's something called avoidance. Here. Now, within avoidance, we get all sorts of stuff. As you can see, this is an avoidance group 0. And it's been told to avoid all other groups. Literally all other groups. And told to ignore no groups. So that's this creature. Now, what's a worker doing? He's in avoidance group 1. Okay. He'll be... He's only been told to avoid group 1. And ignore everyone else. So that can't be the case. Maybe if I can just remove from all the avoidance groups, it might be possible. I'm going to have to check this. But I'm going to need to get the movement component of the Devil's Coach Horse, the edible creature. To be honest, it should probably happen for all creatures. So any creature that's dead. Okay, so in here is the thing that yeah, this is all the stuff that happens when something's dead. It stops its logic, which is the behavior tree. It stops gravity being enabled. It stops it being collision enabled. So that's its capsule component. It's movement component I want to get. So there's a movement component. I need to look at the avoidance groups. Is there an avoidance section here? Change avoidance state. Might work. Maybe. Okay, so just after it sets it collision enabled, let's make it... You see, a lot of programming goes on this way. You kind of taking a you get an idea of how the programming language works, or the engine works, and then you just kind of have to stab at it a bit and see what things do. See, calm down, editor. I'll check the file out. Okay, coming back to you guys, let's have a quick read of what's going on. Maybe you can make Devil's Coach turn into drug. Yeah, those pill things when they die. Could be done while a better system is developed. Yeah, it's an option. Although I think I'd rather just have them harvest from the corpse for now. Yeah, avoidance is... it's not collision entirely. Avoidance is... it's something built into Unreal Engine as the avoidance system, and it's actually using something called detour crowd, which allows the AI to move work around each other. So they'll when they meet, they collide head on head. Instead of just constantly walking forward into each other, instead they'll start to walk around, and that's kind of what that's what the avoidance system partially does. And yeah, and so we're trying to disable that for when something dies, so things are no longer trying to walk around each other. It's not actually involved in the pathing as such. It's basically a short range view that the ant's got, and it looks in its immediate vicinity and slightly alters where it's walking. So it's still following the same path, but it slightly alters it to avoid the others, to avoid colliding with other creatures in the path. Hawk, the swimming. Hawk, the swimming thing that you saw in the menu is actually a default thing that's added into Unreal Engine. It's because a lot of games require swimming. Not sure how we're gonna what involvement we're gonna have with water, for the time being. Oh yeah, the Kickstarter's got another pledge. Very good. It's looking very healthy as the Kickstarter. We need to. at some point I want to discuss with you guys stretch goals. I want to find out what your kind of feeling is about them. Uh, it's not so bad on the computing because it doesn't use pathing as such. It's not using an A-star path to do it. It's just using an immediate radius check. So it's actually not too bad. Kind of expensive wise, but I think there's more we can do. There's definitely more we can do there to kind of make it better. Maybe we might even at some point create our own avoidance system. But we'll see. To be honest, the detour crowd one is really quite good. I've been quite impressed with it, and it's why the ants can just move through. Like if a worker's walking through a massive patch of soldiers, it can kind of work its way through the group. Yeah, make a water insta kill. But I think we will have to do something like that in the game, Hawk, because there will be certain mechanics that throw ants a certain distance, like the trapjaw ant that can flick other ants backwards. And yeah, if it lands in water, I'm pretty sure that's just going to be an insta kill for the ant that's landed. Or if the ant just lands out of bounds or outside of the map or something. Right. Okay, it's given us a warning there, but I'm pretty sure that's a bug because this works fine, and I know that works fine, and that is not something we've changed. And it always gives me that bloody warning. Okay, so what have we changed here? We've made it so we've tried to turn avoidance off when it's still not worked properly. I want to try something because obviously it's suddenly able to move. Just going to experiment. No, it's definitely trying to avoid that. You can see it as it approaches. See, as it approaches, it gets... I don't know. Didn't see it then. Right. Yeah, I have noticed that every now and again they do kind of get stuck walking either direction in the corridor. Usually, eventually, they'll be able to free themselves from it, but yeah, it is something we need to consider more. And maybe just turning up the because they have a radius they can see to avoid things, and currently it's set very small, so the ants don't actually try and avoid each other until they're right next to each other. but might be worth turning that on at kind of a longer radius. Right. I'm actually going to, and I do need to solve that one about objects being carried, because obviously it's an issue. It might even be to do with the static mesh. Let me just try that one more time. I'm going to have a look at the... it's not affecting the nav grid. But either way, that's not actually what we want the end result to be. So what I'm going to do is an ant is going to, when it picks up, it's not going to pick up the larvae itself, because that's what it's doing at the moment. It's going to look at it. It's going to decide whether what it's looking at is a food resource or whether it's a harvestable creature, like what would you call an an edible creature. If it's an edible creature, it will instead create a food item from it and remove the amount of food that's on the object based on the maximum amount of food it can carry. You're going to have to wait, I'm afraid. Whether you can or you can't, it's immaterial. Okay, so let's look at the point in the behavior tree when the ant is actually picking up the food. So, with this pickup target, what we actually want here, instead of the ant just picking up the target, we want it to look at the target and decide whether it needs picking up. Or whether it needs harvesting from. So this is a branch in the behavior tree. And it's a selector, is what it is. Okay, so at this point in the behavior tree, I'm going to give myself a little bit more room to work with here. So let's shove that part of the behavior tree out of the way. So it moves to the target. When it arrives, it marks the job as being in progress, and it picks up the target at that point. So what we actually want is at this point for there to be a selector. What a selector does is it goes through its children, so it goes through the first one and the second one, and as soon as one of them succeeds and returns true, it will follow it does that and then is done. So there's these two options here. There's the situation where we're looking at a food item and it wants to pick up the item and then take it back. And there's also the option where it's already carrying a food item. No, where it wants to harvest instead. So the first one of these is going to be a sequence, and it will go into this sequence just want to make sure this is what I want to do. Is this how I want to approach this? By having it select one route. Right, the issue I've got in my head here at the moment is if at some point during the chain something goes wrong, it will then attempt to move on to the next part of the sequence of the selector. Because if for example it manages to spot it's a harvestable creature, to be fair, yeah, this needs to do one of two things and then probably start from the beginning again. Okay, so rather than having a sequence, it's just going to attempt to do one of two things. But by the end of this section, it will be carrying food. So when it starts its behavior tree again, it should work its way back down and see that it's carrying food and then just carry on the sequence, right? Right, yeah. So we need to add a check in, something called a decorator, which will check whether what it's looking at is a resource item or whether it's a creature. Okay, I'll come back to chat for a second. Sorry, I've been lost in my own thought process for a while. What have we got? Okay, does the movement system have any hive characteristics? So it handles how many ants are moving in the same direction. It does, yes. That's built into the detour crowd system that's already in UE4. However, the on the surface movement we're actually doing completely ourselves. It's quite a complicated system, which we're calling it swarming. And that actually takes a lot more into account, and the idea is it should nicely spread out the ants. If two colonies of ants are clashing head on head, they should nicely spread out and meet each other in a line rather than just kind of in a clump. So the swarming mechanics that we're coming up with on the surface are actually quite complicated, and they're not pre-built in. We're devising them ourselves. But underground, all the movement's kind of done with this, with Unreal Engine's navigation systems. To respond to what you said, my worker ants get stuck at Actually, I can't wait. So when there's a corpse, will it stay there and be broken down? What I'm trying to build at the moment is a basic system which will basically just take from a number on the corpse until that number of food has reached 0, and when that number of food's reached 0, the corpse will sink into the ground. So they won't actually pick up the corpse. They will instead spend some time chewing the corpse and then carry a chunk back with them, but you won't actually visually see a chunk come off the corpse. I'm still considering ways in which we could actually have it so it took a chunk from the corpse. I'm sure there are ways, but for now I'm just getting a first iteration of this system in place. They will cut off a leg, for example, by harvesting corpses. Yeah, like I say, I'd like to have that in place, but it's that sort of work's not going to be a one-day job. And so I just want to get this initial system in place, and then we can start looking at interesting ways of having corpse harvesting in the game after we've got kind of a basic system in place. Is there a harvestable state for a corpse so that an ant looks at the state and acts accordingly? It's not a state as such, but basically here we're going to be looking at right, so I'm going to create a new decorator here. Here we're going to be looking at creating something which does a check to see if to see if what we're looking at is either a basic food item, or if it's a creature, and then we'll behave differently based on what that comes out with. So to do that, I need to add a new decorator. I'll just use the default base item. We'll call that I targeting edible creature. Okay. So this the whole point of this decorator is to be a condition check. So it's going to return either true or false. Okay, so here we are. This is our condition, and basically all we care about is whether or not we're looking at a resource item or a creature item, and they're both quite different. So I need to get the target, get the ant's target. So owner actor. So the blackboard is just a place where you can store things for an individual unit. There's also another place you can store things that we've set up ourselves, which is in the C++ code, and it's kind of a target, but that's not used in the Ant's job system. So the target's more of an aggressive thing for the combat system. This target is more for the worker's behavior tree. Get value as object. That's annoying. Let's put it right in behind that. Okay. Okay, so this is something in the behavior tree. I won't actually expose it. Called current target, and I'm basically using its name to collect it. So if I compile that, I can actually set a default value to this thing called current target, which, if I take a look at the blackboard, got so many things open now. Here we are. So if I take a look at the blackboard, there's a value in here called current target, and that's basically what I'm returning. It's an object, so I'm returning it as an object. Then I'm going to be performing a check on it. To see if it's a resource. Blumeneck. Let me click it. Okay. What did I say? Am I targeting edible creature? Okay, I've done this wrong. This is the other condition check. This needs to be cast to ed. Okay, so if it successfully casts it to an edible creature, return true. If it doesn't, it will return false. So that's just a very simple way of checking that if it's an edible creature or not. Then I'm going to duplicate this for hang on, there might already be that. Yeah, let's have a quick look. Okay, there's just edible creature and enemy. So we need to make a new one. I'm just going to duplicate the one we just built. And this is going to be am I targeting resource dinosaurs? No. No dinosaurs. Okay, so what have we got? Well, changing the type / tag of the game object upon death from creature to food source. Could do, but food. Currently, a food item is handled differently to what I want a harvestable food item to be handled. It's an option. We actually did that when we were building the game in our own engine. That's how we did it. We actually deleted the original one and replaced it with a specific food item. But yeah, I want this to be handled slightly differently, so may as well be. Okay, so I don't actually think I need to close some of these. Don't need most of these open anymore. Okay. Am I targeting? Creature BP. Am I? This is resource. Exactly the same. So these will behave differently. Okay, so this needs a decorator. Okay, so I guess we need to build something similar-ish to pick up target. Something similar to pick up target, which is going to harvest from the target instead. Right. Actually getting really warm in here. For the first time in ages, we've had a couple of really quite warm days. And by really quite warm, I mean like 17, 18 degrees. So it's not massively warm, but it's warm for the UK. Okay, so I'm going to duplicate pickup target. I'm going to base it on that. So harvest target. Okay. Okay, so now we need to think about this logically. What it needs to do is it needs to, once it's arrived at its target, it's realised that it's not a standard resource, so it's got to harvest from it. It will need to look at it, look at its own value of maximum food it can pick up, remove that amount of food from the target, generate an object, a food object that it's carrying, which will hold that amount of food, pick up that food object, and then it can go back to what it was doing. So yeah, this is generally alright, I think. Only we need it, instead of just picking up the object, there's some extra steps. So where does the object actually get picked up? Pick up actor. So this is a little bit messy, and there's no reason why I need to keep. These blueprints can get messy. It's so much neater when you've coded it. Okay, so what does it do? That's its animation. Once it's finished its animation. Right, I'm going to create a function. I think I've already created it, but I haven't actually filled it in on resources. It's not resources, it's creatures. It's edible creature. Yeah, I created a function on here called gather food. What this is going to do is it's going to receive an input of the amount of food you want to gather. Oops. It's going to look at itself. It's going to look at its food held. Desired amount is less than or equal to how much food it's got on it. If it's less than or equal to it, it's going to return actually, before it does that, it needs to So it will set the amount of food on the, it will minus the amount it needs to pick up, and from its currently held one, and return that value to the ant picking it up. However, if food held is not big, is not less than or equal to it, then food held equals 0. No, this needs to temporarily be stored. So so temp food just gets set to that value, very short amount of time, then food held is set to 0, and then finally we return the amount that we set in the temporary value. Okay, that should work. Right. Okay. Let's have a quick read of the chat. Dinosaurs in the game. You know, there's not going to be dinosaurs in the game. I'm pretty sure I can make the executive decision here and now for there not to be dinosaurs in the game. Or wizards. We're not having wizards either. Or aliens. So how did you guys come up with the name Slug Disco? We've actually all got different memories of how we came up with that name, but my memory was when we were at university, and one of our housemates wanted to go out on the town, and we really didn't want to, so we told him we were having a slug disco, and we all got into sleeping bags, and said that was better than going on the night out. So we had a slug disco. Now that's my memory of it, but the lead developer remembers it something differently. Matt remembers it quite differently. But either way, it's a phrase that's stuck in all of our heads. So when we were coming up with company names, it stuck. Are you thinking of adding a decay to dead creatures? It's an interesting idea. I think if we were to make a more sandboxy mode in the game that some people have been talking about, that really wouldn't be a bad call to kind of make food maybe go off slowly, maybe just every 15 seconds or so that food's not gathered, it loses its value by 1, and starts to go off. Yeah, it's not a bad call, but I don't think in the first iteration of the game it's going to be in there. If you want to, if you could stick that suggestion on Stomped as well, because that way we'll remember it, because it'll all be in one place rather than me just thinking about it now and then forgetting about it forever. So yeah, go to the Stomped page. I will post it in the chat, even though I think most of you know it. And that's the place to kind of put suggestions in like that, like food decay. Start your computer. Wait, what does it pick up? Wouldn't it just instantiate a food object so it looks like it has gathered food? Yeah, it's going to generate a food object. No dragons. No. Can in international Republican overlords, interdimensional reptilian overlords. Oh. I don't want. And don't go to the Stomp page and start requesting interdimensional reptilian overlords. That's not productive. Right, okay. So, anyway, back to where I was. So, now we've got this function on this edible creature BP that allows you to try and gather food from it. So, now we've got that amazing function. It's not very visual today, the coding. It's all it's not level design, it's all actual code. So yeah, when it's harvesting food, what it will do is at this point, basically, current target, cast to actor. Okay, so what is it casting to actor? Its current target. Right, okay. So its current target will be the creature that it's picking up. Cast that to actor, that's absolutely fine. It's just telling it to pick it up. Okay, so at this point, I think it's this point. Right. Okay, this interpolation target thing is not something we want to do. What the interpolation does is what brings the food to the ant's mouth as it picks it up. So we actually want to remove that from this because it will generate a food object in its mouth. It doesn't need to pick it up like that. It's actually this that does it. Interpolate target. So we don't need that. And because of that, we don't actually need this either. Because that's all that's doing. So set interpolate target. This can go. Yeah, all of that can go. Okay, so that's it trying to pick something up. Here, things are going to become a bit different. Okay, give me 1 second, guys. Sorry about that. Apparently that was a wrong number. I was going to say it's a bit weird, someone wanting to talk to me. Right. Where are we going? Right, okay, so at this point, we actually don't want to cast it to a... We want to... doesn't want to cast it to an actor. We want to be more specific than that. We want to cast to edible creature. Okay. Okay, so if it fails, I want to get this message out so I know something's gone horribly wrong. Not. If it succeeds, oh, don't need this anymore. If it succeeds, then we want to get ourselves so we can talk to picking ourselves. So that's absolutely fine. Okay, as an edible creature, we want to call that function we made earlier on it, which was harvest. Get food. No. What was it called? Gather food. Cool. There we are. Okay, so we're going to run this function gather food. Now, it expects something in, which we should be able to get from our creature, because we added that stat in earlier. What was it called? It was called max food max carry, food carry max. Okay, so it's this variable we actually want to pass in. So we're passing a variable in to see if we can harvest food from it. So provided the cast succeeded, we're going to try and gather the food from it. If the returned value is greater than 0, then we've got some food to carry. So at that point, we want to generate the food object, put the returned value into the food object, then pick up the food object. So this is going to be a branch. So if it is greater than 0, then we've got something to do. Keep moving these along. I'll need them eventually. Actually, I don't need to keep dragging this box. That's just an error message. Just send that out to the log. So that's if this is true. If it's greater than 0, great. We need to generate a food item. Now, to generate a food item, I've done this. I did this in the surface food gathering. Edible is spelt wrong. Cheers. Cheers, harmonic clone. I've been typing it everywhere. But thankfully, Unreal's pretty forgiving when you do this sort of thing. So I should just be able to spelling was never my strong point. Right. We have a face of any human dangers. Have to face any human dangers in the game set, or is it set away from human? It's the game's set away from human life in kind of a documentary style. Spleen Island. Like Isla Humigas. Yeah, maybe a bit Latin. Isla ants are the king of the island. Doria. Yeah, something along those lines. Maybe we'll. I was gonna say maybe we should run a poll to find out what people want to call the island, but after the Boaty McBoatface debacle, it's probably not a good idea. Okay, so where was I? Oh god, I've completely forgot what I was doing, and I'm completely out of coffee. I wonder what's gonna happen now. Is it gonna? Not much. I'm gonna get some coffee. Back in a minute, guys. Alright. I'm back with coffee. Drink some damn tea. Isla John needs some tea. Right, I'll have tea next to appease you, Hawk. Okay, so where was I? I was harvest target. So if that comes back more than 0, it's on. So I was about to look for surface food blueprint is what I need. Some resources. Although I actually think this is done in the behavior tree. So when the worker is harvesting food from the surface, it just spawns a poppy seed for now. That's probably what I'm going to do for the moment until I have a model to work with other than poppy seed. So yeah, this is what it's trying to do. Spawn actor, poppy seed. Okay. So harvest target. That isn't the same function. Spawn actor from class. That's the one. I think that's the one at least. I guess we'll find out. Okay, so we need to give it a spawn transform. So it's just going to be the same transform as the ant. Which is this. I'm leaning over my coffee here when I'm typing. Don't need to do that. Actor. Trying to find this transform thing. How did I do it in the other one? I got the controller, got the control pawn, and get actor transform. So, control pawn. There we go. Okay, so this is giving it the same transform as the ant when it creates it. So this is if it's greater than 0. Sets the food on it to the amount returned. Now we want to run pick up actor. Picked up actor is this one. God, all these wires everywhere. You're probably right there. I probably could do with a coffee machine. It would give me an extra hour every day or something that I spend in the kitchen making coffee. I mean, I already have a pretty big mug, but maybe I just need one that's like 3 times the size, or just a flask. Make a flask of coffee when I get up in the morning, and pour from that. Flask coffee's not as good though. Okay. Once I've done coding for a bit, I might jump on a game afterwards. But anyway, let's not think about that for now. I need to get this task completed. Just stay on task. So it turns its animation to none. That's fine. Is there any point that in this that it might fail? Okay, yeah, we're looking for, in this situation, as in there's no food to gather. In that case, we just need to skip straight through. We don't try and spawn the seed. We just finish. There's quite a few. Oh yeah, they're always going to come back. True, those casts won't fail. Trying to think if there's anywhere else in this that it might go wrong. If these are kind of errors, if those occur, I need to look at it more in depth. Okay, I think this should be okay. Okay, let's leave that there for now, and I'll try and get it into the behavior tree. So where were we? Ages ago in here. So this isn't pick up target. This is harvest food. Yeah. I might name that harvest food UG because it seems I've got harvest food that's used on the surface. And again, that's quite a different process. Okay, so both of those should end with the ants carrying an item. So these should no longer be needed, actually. Because then next time it'll come in and it'll look at this, it'll see that it's carrying a food item. And we'll then go down this road. So let's actually see what that does. My guess is it won't work because nothing ever works first time. Okay, so we got an error message out there. Well, we got something they asked to. Not a resource gather point 1. Oh. Right, yeah, this is me getting confused between the underground harvesting and the overground harvesting. Where did that come? That came from harvest food. Not a resource gather point 1. Harvest food. Harvest target, yeah. I've done exactly what I said I was going to do. Harvest target. All right, let's rename that to harvest target UG. I've just made exactly the mistake that I said I should rename that for. Ugh. All right. This will probably be the same thing used for titans, actually, when you kill a titan. Maybe. You might need it as a whole own system. Okay, what's going on? Guys, vote for what you want to have in the game next. This is actually a... Right. I'm not voting here. This seems set. This seems rigged. Yeah, there's only 3 people watching at the moment. There's I think we went up to 8 at some point. But I think the previous broadcast received quite a few views. Anyway, people can catch up anyway. Hello. Nice to have you with us. To be honest, the task I'm up to isn't terribly exciting. I haven't actually fixed that yet. It'll be cool when it's done, but it's a. Where's the behavior tree? There it is. So yeah, that was harvest target UG. This needs to be attached to this one. That needs to be deleted. Okay, so that should, in theory, work now. Okay, so along comes the red ant. Not an edible creature. Okay. Well, we've got a problem here. In that, I might add a breakpoint in to check that one out. But apparently, it wasn't an edible creature. Now, let me have a quick look at this. I'm going to delete the Devil's Coach horse we put in the level. Let me just double check things. Put that there. Change its health to 1. Run that again. Let's just check that that's not the issue. Oh, I know what's happened here. The Devil's Coach horse is my ally. That's the problem. Gotta be badass to have one of those on your side, wouldn't it? Yeah, ask away. If you want to ask any questions, go for it. I'll try and answer. Not an edible creature still. Okay, so let's look at that point in the code. It was in harvest target UG. Yeah, it's here. The thing that says not an edible creature. It's there. So this cast is failing. I know why that is. And I'm going to go about this a slightly different way than what I've done there. Actually, for the sake of speed, I'll just solve it. Basically, a lot of these functions are set up so you can change what variable they're actually looking at. And if we look at this, the variable that it's looking at, current target, is set to worker scan time, when really that should be set to current target. And the other one should be set to carried item. There we are. Generated a piece of food. Yeah. There's one more item of food left on it. I can tell you what's happening here. I do know what's going on. There, I know the ants appear to just be going crazy. But basically, at the moment, there's a bit of an issue with, if I repossess and I just build another food storage tile, they'll move that food over to that tile. Yeah, he's carried it over. But basically, because I'm not sure what this guy's up to, this little dude here. If I look at his behaviour tree, it will give me an idea. He's stuck in the harvesting. So his behaviour tree is constantly trying to harvest this seed. So we should probably figure that one out. And basically what happened here was he got through this. He received the final food. When he did, he immediately dropped it because there wasn't anywhere to put the food. But for some reason, that's got him locked in. Ah, yeah, I know what this is. Basically, he's never considering himself completing the job. Jobs will complete Thanks, thanks, Hawk. Jobs flag themselves as completed at the end of them. However, there's this occasion where there's nowhere for them to put their job down, so they drop the food item, but the original job was created by the dead creature. So what I need to do is I need to mark the job as finished when it messes up. So this is the occasion where it's gone to gather the food. There is no food to gather. So this is when when gather food is not equal to 0 and it skips through it. Instead, we want to say, well, that job's over now. So if the job's over, current job, want to get the ant's current job. I know how to do this. Where's the creature? Okay, so now we're basically saying, okay, that job's finished because we can't do it. It's not a doable job, so it's over. And we want that to go in there. before we leave. Okay, next I've actually got to stop the corpse from creating a job for itself if it's got no food left on it. So, edible creature. So it creates a job for itself. This is it creating a job for itself. Is that all this is doing? Yeah. Okay. So what I'm going to do is the very first thing it's going to check is that it's got some food on it. So it's a branch, and it's not gather food. No. If food held is greater than 0. It can create a job for itself. Okay, finally, when the food's been gathered and when food gets gathered, if the food hits 0 at the end of this, so that's true. So after it sets the food held, it needs to do a branch if food held is equal to 0. I'll do less than or equal to, even though that should never happen based on what I've done. But if food held is less than or equal to 0, if that is true, I need to set corpse despawn to true. Before returning. Same goes for here, because here the food is set to 0. Okay, so now once all food has been harvested, the corpse should sink into the ground, theoretically. So what we should see here, okay, so that's one food being harvested. There's 2. And there'll be 1 more food harvested. Nowhere to put it, but at least the ant's not broken. Okay, the corpse despawn thing's not working. But it is at least the ants aren't trying to harvest a corpse that's empty. So what do we have here then? Let's have a look at the creature BP. I'm guessing this. Let's see if corpse despawn has been set to true. For a start, where is it? Yeah, okay, so that has worked. It's definitely set corpse despawn to true. Although it's not actually despawning, which means we're going to have to follow the logic of creature to creature blueprint. Well, hang on. Doing that's pointless. Okay, so within the creature blueprint, this is the thing that makes it sink into the ground. So what here might be preventing it? Right. What I'll do is I'll run the game and I'll add a breakpoint in live. Okay. So here we can see the logic running on the Devil's Coach horse. So, it's noticed corpse despawns true. It's got to this branch here, which is if its health is less than or equal to 0, which is also true. Right, it's this no sync time. And if no sync time so it's setting no sync time to put a breakpoint in. 2, which is no sync time minus 0. Okay. Let's have a quick look at the chat, as I've got behind on it, I think. It's alright. If you can't back, obviously you can't back the project, but we do appreciate you spreading the word about it. Even if you can't back it, tell people you know who might be interested, because the more people that hear about the project, the more funding it'll receive, the better we can make the game. Just dropped in is worker behavior. Yeah, it's workers harvesting the corpses. But I like ants. Yeah, we can always play the educational card with this. You can tell tell your parents it involves real ant species, and we'll teach you about ants. Yeah, it's meant to sync after a certain amount of time. I'm not quite sure what's happening yet. When something does die, I think the no sync time gets set. Maybe. I mean, no sync time's default value is 2. But I can't see anything come up here. Basically, I mean, I can see why this isn't working for the Devil's Coach horse larvae, but what I can't see is why it is working for ants. That's my issue at the moment. It's because it's the same code for ants as it is for the Devil's Coach horse. Why So if this comes out as true... Okay, so there should be something decrementing the no sync time. Right, that's probably what's going on. This is... Right. I'm wondering whether no sync time comes up somewhere else. Yeah, wondering whether no sync times... Okay, so what I... If I watch this happen to the Devil's Coach Horse with it being a corpse despawn from the beginning of the game, does that work? Do we see it despawn? No. It didn't sink into the ground. But it did despawn. Could do with following the logic on one of the ants, actually. Well, it's simple enough to do that. All I need to do is give this Devil's Coach Horse some health. And then it'll kill some ants for me. Okay, so let's have a look at one of the ants it's killed. Creature blueprint. See there, its no sync time is now less than 1. I think in order to set this test up properly, what I need to do is remove the workers. Sorry, workers. Let's just go back to 1 black ant. And let's watch the logic, shall we? So this is our black ant. Tab out of that window. It's dead. It's dead already. Should probably put a breakpoint in. Okay, so this is right at the beginning of its moment. So it's got no sync time of 2 seconds at that point. No sync time of 2. It does a check to see. Oh, God, I'm so stupid. We're looking at the wrong value. Okay, so problem is all these wires are bloody all over the place. Let's shove that up there. are blooming all over the place. Okay. So this is what I'm looking at. So it's no sync time minus change in time. Okay. So let's give the Devil's Coach horse a health of 1 again. Sorry, I'll get back to chat in a moment. I'm concentrating to try and deal with this issue at the moment. So yeah. So yeah, we need to keep our eye on this, but just for the Devil's Coach horse. Okay. So, I've got the no sync time set to 2 at the moment. This output value comes out as 2. That apparently is 0. Huh. Right, so basically the change in time being passed into the Devil's Coach horse is coming out as 0. Which is interesting. Every time it's coming out as 0. So, this is being passed to it from its parent, which is the edible creature. So this is where we start to hone in on the problem. So, edible creature. And here's our issue. Do you see the problem? The entire thing about the entire issue I had there with it not updating is because when it's telling its parent to run its tick function, the change in time, it's passing 0 in. So to fix the problem, that is what I do. So now we need to turn off the breakpoint. And that is how you bug fix. And there we go. Whew. Right. Now that works. I need to put the corpse despawn on that thing back to false. So instead, it should now be gatherable as a food item. But in order to do that, I'm going to need a few workers on the map. Okay. So there is gathered the first piece of food. Second piece of food. One more piece of food and that should despawn. Get in. Okay, I think this calls for a celebratory cup of tea. So I'm going to get a tea, and I'll leave you with. for a minute, whilst I get my tea.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, this is Besserslot, and today we are going to play Empires.
I'll leave that playing for a minute.
This is a ant colony simulation RTS style game currently on Kickstarter. They're very close to hitting their goal already with 24 days left. I will link that down below if you guys would like to back. I already have, because it's a nature game, it's something unique. I'm just excited about that. And more importantly, I think for any good Kickstarter these days, they've actually included a playable demo, which I'll also link down below if you guys want to give this a go for yourselves. So let's have a little read here on the left. In this version, you want to explore underground, collect food, raise a small colony, and protect your queen against troublesome beetle larvae. There's no tutorial, just something to figure out yourself. It's a test build. Yeah, the game isn't scheduled for release for like another 8 months or something like that. So it is very early in the game. You know, it's on Kickstarter because they need to finish building the game, etc., etc. But here we are. Look at this. Look at that camera. Let's go. Let's try and figure out how to be an ant, basically. Right. Hello. Oh my god, look at this. So I got like this light imagery. This is my queen. These are my ants. Hello, ants. Okay. Okay, right. So if I click on a block, they... Well, okay, I can click on these blocks. Right. Oh, I just gotta look. Oh, we get more. Oh god. Okay, so we're gonna head towards the food here on the left. Go, my little ant army. Go. Look. Food, maybe. I don't know. Eat it. Eat. Yeah, the collect. What's this? Okay, so we're gonna expand the colony, I guess. Let's just knock some stuff out. So 7 out of 7. Food, max food. Workers, max workers. Soldiers, max soldiers. What's this? Why is it glowing? Oh, okay. Nothing exciting. Let's grab this food over here as well, if we can. Go away, little ant army. Go be. Yes! Food, 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 I guess. I have to assume that these little. I don't know what they are. Larvae. Ooh, something glowing there. Am I getting anything from that? It looks like the diamonds, doesn't it? You guys interested? This guy's going for it. He's walking back and forth. Whatever. Let's expand outwards. Let's just keep going and see what we can find in the anti-world base. How many games let you control a colony of ants? How cool is... Demons! Demons! Retreat, ants! Retreat! Oh my god, that's terrifying! Kill it! What is it? No, my ants are dying! I don't know how to control them. Retreat! Back! I'm losing workers left, right, and centre. Oh! What? I didn't know you could do this. Oh, this is building, right? I thought that was... Oh, my... Right, okay. I've lost. I think I'm gonna lose. Because I didn't know about this button here. So we'll have to kind of just lose and retry. Can we restart? Restarting would be a good idea. Can't seem to restart. The queen's gonna die! These guys are terrifying! The queen has died. Menu button in the top right. Oh, I can't see that because my recording program's in the way. Top start there, best start. Right. Now, I've got this to look at. So, food storage house. Stores up to 10 food. Work ant. Increase your colony by 1 worker ant. The worker will hatch from an egg on a tile. Right. The black ants, I assume, are going to be the fighters. So that's kind of important. Food storage tile. I clicked it. And nothing happened. I'm going to click somewhere else. Ah! Okay, now I've got max food up to 10. There we go. Look, I'm gathering up all these little pillar things. Okay, so I'm going to make this like my little food storage area.
How's he doing? takes. To be fair, there's no instructions in the game. It does take
Always gonna have a little house.
people some time to get
Gather the food, my friends. Gather the food. I don't really know what food does. I assume that's the cost. On these, so like the black and nursery tiles cost 10.
right.
Assume the 10.
Enough with best in slot.
So let's knock out.
Ooh, 25,000 views. That's pretty good.
You know?
Anyway,
Assume
it's very good of him to have a go on the demo on stream on on YouTube. Tea. Right. So where were we? Oh yeah. Right. So the next issue we've got is that at the moment, the job actually only creates one job at a time. So see, this ant gathers one section of it, but not until it goes back is the next job made. So yeah, we need. I added that value onto it, which was how many jobs should be made for it. But I'm not sure the current job system allows for it. So I might actually need to create a new type of job. So this might get a bit more involved, should we say. So the job system's all implemented in C++. I'm going to need the job manager checked out for this. I'm also going to need to generate a new type of job. So in the C++ down here we have I think job manager will be an AI. Yeah, job manager, job component, food job. So it's this thing called food job here. If we take a look at its internal workings, there's not actually much to it. So it's this that we're worried about, the set max ants. So now the sync time counter will start after the whole food supply and the corpse is depleted. Yeah, that's how it'll work. I could actually do with knowing what you guys think should the next stretch goal should be. So I've got some ideas, and the obvious ones is to have people look at a new insect to add into the game, like something that you'd attack, and then a large insect maybe, and that's a really obvious one. But other ones, I've seen a lot of the suggestions, and we've been through all of the things that people have suggested in the Kickstarter comments, and there's quite a few that are big jobs, if you know what I mean. Things that I'd be worried about saying to everyone, you know, if the project gets an extra 3,000, then we'll add this feature in, because people might go, well, that seems like more than 3,000's worth of work, and they'd be right with a lot of them. So yeah, I need some ideas, if you can come up with any. So we're in this job system now. what we need is a new kind of food job, I think. I need to work out where this is set. It's actually passed in on the create job. So something runs something called create job, which my guess would be the job manager. Which is where? There it is. So we're looking for something running create, not creature, create job. Okay, so here we have multiple functions. Create food job. Right, I might actually just be able to create to create multi-ant food job, that sort of thing. So let's check out the job manager anyway, so I can actually edit it. Tea. To be fair, it's nice to have a different flavour from coffee, because the coffee is just so bitter. I love coffee, but yeah, after a while, it's nice to have something else. Cup of tea. Job manager. That's what I'm trying to check out. It's in the AI section. Okay, so let's say we want 3 ants to be able to harvest food at the same time. So what we want to do is to create a new function here, which is essentially the same as food job. Let's call it a multi-food job. And what it will also receive is an int 8. Called max ants. Okay, so what I'm going to do is, if we go to the header file, let's just add this in to the header file. Where are these jobs? Create brew job, create tunnel job. Where's the create food job? Create food job, there we are. So must be a edible creature is what we called them. Someone tell me if I've spelt that wrong. Okay, so this thing here is what hooks it into Unreal, and we'll add it into the category of jobs in the blueprints menu. So now we should be able to call it, because we've made it blueprint callable from the engine's blueprints. It's a multi-food job, right? I have no idea how well this is going to go. This might just crash. But yeah, we need to compile. Okay, let's have a look at chat whilst we're compiling, shall we? The job manager is run on a per player basis. So there's one running for the player. Okay, we got a compile error. Type int 8 is not supported by the function. Okay. Oh yeah, I remember this. I think they have to be int 32s. These the number at the end of this int is basically saying how large you want the integers to be. It's to do with bytes that it can save. So let's try and compile that again. So yeah, the job manager, each player has a job manager, and here we go again. I need to pay more attention, I think, when syntax error, void should always be preceded by a semicolon. What have I messed up here? Oh yeah, I see. So it's telling me the error's there, but what's actually going on here is I forgot to put the semicolon on the end there. What's it think's wrong with this? See, at the moment what's going on is it's running, it's checking the files for errors. That's what this little dotted line in the bottom area is, but it takes flipping ages. Okay. Error, declaration is incompatible. Oh. There it goes again. Might as well give it some time. Got some cool ideas there. The only one that's voted though. Okay, so it seems happy with me now. Cool. Right, let's compile. Compile time. Come on, you can compile. What do you mean by factions, cryptic hybrid? Graphics updates will be happening anyway. Yeah, we could do another creature one, like maybe a titan, maybe a choice between two large insects that your colony can take down. So that's an option. And they'd have to be ones that we didn't already have planned for the game, because there's quite a few we already have planned, and it's pointless doing a stretch goal for something that's already planned. Oh, right, yeah. Yeah, that's what we did in the first one. I'd like to do something a little bit different for the next stretch goal. It's going to crash on me. Compiling from the C++ takes absolutely ages. That's why you end up doing loads of work in one go without testing it, because you're put off by the amount of time it takes to compile. Compile time, compile time. Yeah, balancing's going to take a while. It's going to take a while anyway. And that's why we kind of got people in on the beta test here, so we can get things balanced up, get the unit stats how we feel they need to be. Different game modes, yeah. Different game modes is something we're thinking about. Maybe like a sandbox mode where you haven't necessarily got an aim, but you're just kind of building up a colony and taking out more and more things. Yeah, we're starting on the single player campaign, and we don't. There's the thing, we don't want to. Yeah, with the with Mac testing as well, we do need to set up a specific group. Well, what I'll probably do is at the end of the Kickstarter, we can send out a survey to people, and we'll ask in the survey if they're a Linux user or a Mac user, and those two groups we're going to need to kind of set up separate test groups. So we'll oh right, well, it actually compiled, didn't it? Okay. Right. Okay. Yeah, I haven't actually used it yet, so let's give it a go. So where the job is generated, which is on the edible creature, yeah, it's here. The job gets generated over here. So instead of creating a food job, we want to create multi. This is from the job manager. Sorry, yeah. Create multi-food job. So this is a food job which involves multiple units at the same time. Max ants on it. For now, I'll just throw in a figure and say 3. But what we really should be doing is pulling that out of the Devil's Coach horse larvae. There should be a variable on it that says ants on job. There is actually. We created one earlier. Max jobs. There you go. Let's not bodge that then. Set its default value to 3. And the requisitioner is itself. Okay. Right, obviously it hasn't worked. Jobs are still being made one at a time. Yeah, I know what I've done. I never actually the max ants to the value max ants. So that number just wasn't being used. Okay, so back to compiling. Okay, so I don't see on the Kickstarter page, thinking about multiplayer, our job... Okay, we are considering multiplayer, but we don't want to do it at first, mostly because it's a time investment, and we actually want to get a playable game together. So we're going to focus on the single player campaign first before we actually consider branching out into multiplayer. Let's go further down. Are jobs ranked in some way by importance? Right, they will be. At the moment, I believe basically we had a complex job system built, but it was buggy, and we didn't manage to get the bugs solved for the demo. So what we did instead was just stripped out all the complicated aspects of it. We just kind of commented them out in code. If you have a look in the job manager, we should see that actually. I mean, there'll be huge here. See all this section here. This is the kind of stuff about job urgency of the job. We've got looking at the distance of the job to other jobs, looking at the whether other ants are on the job, checking immediate radius for jobs, that sort of thing. All that sort of stuff was done, but we hadn't solved all the bugs. So we are returning to that for the next demo, and the job priority system will feel a lot better by that point. Okay, so did it compile? I wasn't paying attention. It's at the moment of compilation where it's doing all its hot reloading and such. Give it a moment and it'll let us test it. Okay, so where were we? Talking about the job ranking system. John, can I join the Windows test group? We have a closed test group which is literally just family and friends, and they're the people that we send it out to first to get the very initial bugs solved, and that's basically because the game's not been properly tested at all at that point. Then we're going to have larger test groups for Windows, Mac and Linux. And once a demo build is past the first of the just family and friends group that we've currently got, we'll then send people out to them. But I'm not going to set those up properly until after the Kickstarter. Okay. I like priority based on threat for enemies, based on distance for harvesting. Yeah, there's all sorts of things that's in there. I don't think threat's considered yet. Although it should be. That's one of the things I've got on my list is ants deciding to flee or deciding to take the job on. Okay, so like the one backer 17 on the beta. Like back 25, so should secure a place. Yeah, anything higher than a certain level will be in the test group. Yeah, and there's an additional copy of the game for you to send out on Steam. You'll receive an extra Steam copy of the game essentially. The DRM free version is just a file anyway, so. But you'll get an additional Steam copy to send out to a friend. Finish the single player and make it stable. Yeah, finish this. Yeah, that's the plan. remember how Simant had an actual pheromone mechanic? Do you feel you need to make pheromones explicit, or do the player behavior programming and use mouse controls enough? There will be slightly more control in the game than there was in the initial demo. You'll be able to attract ants to a certain area underground, and on the surface, similarly, you'll be able to attract ants to a certain area, it's kind of a pheromone mechanic, but not quite really. Okay, so where was I? Okay, so now in theory, multiple ants should be able to do that job. Huh. Yeah, that guy's got stuck. Yeah, and that's because the actual... Yeah, sorry about that. It's a bug that happens sometimes when you compile from C++. If you notice, all the queen tiles have gone. And the food tiles. Oh. I thought that was my coffee then, but it was my microphone. I went to grab my microphone and drink it. Right. Okay, so I'm going to create another food tile over here. And now we should just be able to see the ants gather the food from... Yeah, if you notice, this happens in compilation as well sometimes. It doesn't actually go through to the built versions of the game, but... Okay, so there we go. We've successfully created a Devil's Coach horse that can be harvested by 3 ants at a time. Although there is some errors with that. Errors? Sort of errors. When they mark the job as complete, when you're harvesting from a corpse like that, it needs to make sure that the food value on the corpse is 0, because the job won't be complete if there's basically a couple of scenarios that what I've done won't work quite right for. What I'm going to do to test this is I'm just going to... Yeah, errors. I thought there might be. And that's because it's trying to tell a job to complete that's already complete. I'm guessing. Yeah. It's trying to get a primary job. But the prime job's already been completed, so it's already been removed. So it's trying to look at something that's not existent anymore. Okay, let's have a quick look. Well, that means that my brother can get the game for me. A second copy on Steam. That is. There is a limit to how many ants can harvest a food source. Yeah, at the moment I've set it to 3. And that value's just set on this creature. So max jobs, that's basically how many ants can harvest from it at any single time. Debating having food jobs finish when the ants picked up the food item rather than when the ant puts it down. Because at the moment, the ant basically says, right, this job is finished at the point that it drops a food item. When really, the job should be finished when once it's harvested from it. I think that would work a little bit better. So basically, but the issue is going to be, yeah, there is an issue. This logic's getting a little bit hard to follow. Job on the corpse when food is harvested, not when the ant delivers food. Yeah, I think it's the right thing to do. I'm just wondering what'll happen if the job's not. Yeah, I think there needs to be some changes to actually how the job manager works here. It wasn't me that built the job manager, and I don't know a great deal about it. But essentially, what needs to happen is the job needs to be flagged as finished at the point that the fine lamp picks it up. However, an ant... See, what's going to happen here, if I carry on down this road, is that 3 ants will be selected to do the job. They'll go over, they will harvest food from the corpse. Now, if the corpse had 500 food in it, it had loads and loads of food on it, those same 3 ants would maintain their hold over that job. So they'd never go, the job would never technically be over until all the food from that corpse had been harvested. And the issue that's going to cause is basically 3 ants will harvest it, they'll walk off, but then no other ant will start harvesting the corpse until one of those ants dies or is removed from the game, or there's a range of situations that it might happen. But basically no other ant around will harvest from it, which is a bit weird. Trying to think of the best way to approach this. Maybe that's all right. I mean, it's all right for a piece of food that's only got 15 food in it, because then 3 ants are able to harvest the whole thing. Okay, so read the text. When the ant delivers the food, the job exists because there is no amount of food to be harvested, right? Yeah. Think if time travel was possible, I could go into the future and get the full finished game and give it to you guys. Give you guys the files. Yeah. Although that would create a paradox, Hawk, because then we would never finish the game in order to receive those files in the first place, and the universe would implode. Could you make a pool of ants for the job? And if one dies, it goes to the next one in the pool. If one dies, I think the job will be passed to another ant. I think. I'm not quite sure how the job manager works. Or doesn't work. But anyway, I'm going to think about that in my own time. I'm actually going to jot that one down. In my book. So this is job manager. Multi-ant Job. Job. What I really want is for one ant to be able to relinquish their hold on a job. Ant relinquish. Yeah, so that way an ant can actually carry one bit of food back. Once it's harvested one bit of food, it can say, right, I'm done with that job. So this is another one, ant able to carry food back without having a job. Huh. See, the other way that could work is that rather than the ant, rather than the ant actually having a bit of food automatically shoved in its mouth, what it could do is when the ant gets to the food, it could harvest it for a bit, and then that item of food appears on the floor next to the ant, and then that item of food is its own entity, and it will start generating a job for itself. That's not a bad thought, actually. Anyway, I'm going to revisit these things later. Drop food instead of carrying next to corpse. Yeah, it's an interesting thought. Anyway, that was an internal monologue. What are you guys saying? Hi, Life Maker. Good to have you with us. So yeah, let's. But now at the moment that does essentially does what we want. Yeah, see, this is a result. See, he had food stuck in his mouth there. I'll tell you what that was a result of. That's a result of basically the job being flagged as complete by the other ants. One of the other ants has said that job's finished, and so he's looked at it and gone, "Oh right, the job's finished. I'll just walk around then." And he's still got this piece of food sticking in his mouth. Look at the chat. Right, I'm coming. What's going on? Hi, slugs. Okay. What happened now if an ant reaches the location of a job, but the job is finished? Oh wait, if the ant has food, its job would be to carry that food. Yeah, that's the point. So let's build that in. So essentially what we want is for an ant to, if it gets to a certain point on the behavior tree, even if it doesn't have a job, it wants to be able to spot that it's got food in its mouth, so it should take the food to a free tile. I think this will only take a second to do, actually. Because I've got it already done for... So this thing is, do I have a surface job? Which is whether or not the ant has a task to do on the surface. But if they've got a surface job, and they're not on the surface, which is here, and they are carrying food, then that's if they're not carrying food. This is if they are carrying food. So it's this. So this is if they don't have a surface job, but they are carrying food. Yeah, I think I need to change the way certain things are operating. So basically, they don't have a surface job, so they're in here. And it should be the first thing that gets encountered, really. I need to come up with some subtrees here to keep this better organised. But either way, that's do I have a dig job? The first thing they check is whether they've got a dig job. So before they check whether they've got a dig job, what I want to do is have them check if they're carrying food. So this will be the very first thing they do. If they know they haven't got a surface job. I think just because I've copied and pasted that should just work. Target open food tile. Move to target. Place food on tile. Looks right. Current target. Okay, so this will probably still produce errors, but it shouldn't. Basically, we shouldn't have the situation here where the ant is just holding food and doing nothing. But unfortunately, that's not happened. So I'm going to set a breakpoint. You know, I think I'm... yeah, right. There might be something I've not considered there. I'm using ant puns in all my sentences on social media. It hit the breakpoint. Right, so no, I think I know what's going on. I think I know what's going on here. So what's going on is that needs a surface, of course. Yeah, okay, so we need to go back further than that. This actually needs to be connected to this point, which is before it looks at whether it's got a job or not. Come on. So there. Let's give that a go. The iterative programming process. Okay. So that solved the problem, right? Right? Maybe. Right, there'll still be errors because it's still telling a job that's already completed that it's completed. what I actually want here is a worker should carry the food home whether or not it's got a job, and a job should be completed at the point that a food is completely harvested or picked up. So that's these two things here. So this is the completely harvested situation that we want the job to be completed. Which is there, which is already built in. However, the other place that it ends up putting it down, the other place that it ends the job is where it actually places the food on the tile. Now that's a situation we don't actually want to happen ever. Although when I do this, I need to make this change on the other type of resource as well. So let's get this right. So it's when it's placed on the tile. I don't want the job to be completed. There. I instead want the job to be completed on the moment it gets picked up. So what's this? Add food to tile. Right. If all food added is true, it marks the job as completed. It should never mark the job as completed anymore. Because it doesn't have a job at this point. Or it might not have a job at this point. Well, to be fair, it shouldn't have a job once we're finished with this. Okay, so next I need to go into pick up target. Now, in pick up target, we need to add in a situation where the job gets completed. Okay, coming back to chat. Currently using Finalizing. Should there be a big bugs? Yeah. On Messenger, I said, do you want more ant puns, or do they really bug you out? My black ants were not that strong. Would have made the demo a lot easier. I reduced. I made the coach horse weaker rather than the ant stronger. If checks it has food. If yes, it carries. If yes, its job is carry. If not, do some other job available. Yeah, it's pretty much what's going on. Right, we're gonna have. There is gonna be an issue here. In doing it the way I'm doing it right now. Although I think this is the most sensible way of doing it. Is that if an ant's got some food in its jaws, it deals with that before it actually considers doing anything else. But the issue I've got here is pickup target's not only used pickup target isn't only used for food job. It's also used for other things, anything you're picking up. So I can't just go into pickup target and edit that. I need to come up with something else. It basically needs to try and pick up its target. If it manages to pick it up, then flag the job as complete. tries to pick up its target. So I'm going to create a task called mark job as complete. Yeah, I think that makes most sense. Damn it. Oh, Unreal's got this issue sometimes where it tries to that annoying thing won't go away until I restart the editor. It'll keep giving me this stupid warning about trying to edit the base file. It'll keep doing it. It'll keep trying to get me to save it. It's not important. Alright, okay. So, yeah, I've got a second. I'll come back to chat. So, yeah. Show complete when the amount of harvestable food is 0. As soon as the ant picks it up. Yeah, when you check if pick up target is still a job, then yeah, it's an option, but I'd rather just tackle it by creating a separate function. So basically, inside this function, it's going to get its blackboard. Okay, so it's going to get its blackboard, get job component. Get value as object. The value is job component, I think. Job component. Yeah, cool. Okay, so it's got the job component. What we want to do with the job component is needs to cast it to a job component. We want to mark that as completed. So as a job component, get primary job and Mark complete. Right, before we do that, branch. I'm going to add a check in as well. And all the check's going to do is it's going to see if there is a primary job. So what that's doing is saying if primary job is equal to nothing, because I'm not going to select something. If it's equal to nothing, I don't want to mark it as complete. If it isn't equal to nothing, I do want to mark it as complete. Finish execute. There we are. Okay. Okay, so that is a thing called mark job as complete. We now add that into the behavior tree at this point. So basically this needs a sequence now. Sequence. What a sequence does is it's just a logical set of steps. So what it's going to do is it's going to pick up the object if it's targeting a resource. If it's not, this whole thing will fail. Mark job as complete. Okay, so this actually shouldn't affect anything we've just done, but it should help with other things. Okay, so now technically I shouldn't need that section, and that section was basically looking to see if you got food in your mouth, but we've got that handled over here. Let me just check what that does. Mark job in progress. So looks like I could do with adding the marking the job in progress in, just because that's actually missing from our... Oh, maybe not. Maybe the marking job in progress needs to go down here. Oh, no, we don't want to mark a job in progress because it's completed by this point. Right, there's one other thing we need to do. There's actually a circumstance in here that we haven't accounted for. So we complete the job if it returns 0. If basically it's saying, look, there's no food here to gather, then it completes the job. However, if there is food to gather, but there isn't after this ant's gathered it, then we need to also complete the job. So this is an extra scenario that we need to account for. Oh, come on. Let me think. Right, once it's picked up the actor, we then want to... We then want to look at the edible creature to see if there's any food left on it. You know what, I'm just gonna create a variable in here. Edible. Okay, edible creature reference, and that is going to be going to be a reference to an edible creature. Not going to be viewable from the outside, but that's fine. Okay, so now when we first get the edible creature, I'm going to set it to this. So basically, I can then just use it throughout. That should neaten things up a little bit. Right, I'm sorry, I haven't been interacting with the chat for a while, so let's go down. Just advertise your game on Facebook groups about dinosaurs. Right, anyway. Right, females and males, bigger and smaller. What? Oh yeah, okay. On the wiki, they were talking about the those incredible ants that Hawk's talking about. Since game, but in modern times, they can have an evolved or undiscovered version. To learn waterfall for engineering, and I have to learn the waterfall model for engineering, for software engineering. Right? Why not mark jobs as complete once the food goes down to 0? Yeah, that's what we're doing. That's essentially what I'm doing here, is adding an extra check-in. So basically, at the point the actor's picked up, we're going to take a look at the edible creature. And if the food held is less than or equal to 0, if it's less than 0, then we will mark the job as complete, else we won't. Well, right, I made a lot of changes there. Let's see if this actually still works. No, I've done something wrong. So that was coming up with not an edible creature. Harvest target UG. So, did it not? Ah. Yeah. Yeah, that's the problem. They were both going up to not an edible creature, so nothing was ever getting done in this. Sorry about that. Try again. Right. Okay. That was good. Still errors. But it did what we expected. So something I'm going to need to check very soon is if you can still pick up the normal poppy seeds, because I actually don't know how it'll handle it at the moment. Well, I know it should handle it, but I'm not convinced it's going to. Okay, so let's have a look at the errors. Here's the error. Trying to read a null function. Get primary job from harvest target UG. So essentially what's happened here is something has flagged it is 0. Okay, let's presume for a moment that we are an ant that has grabbed an item of food from the corpse of the creature and have taken it back to the food chamber. We've got back to the food chamber so fast that there's still food on the corpse that we're harvesting from, so we're going to start heading towards the corpse. However, on our way there, the corpse has been completely harvested dry. What happens? So, where do we move to it? It's here. Okay. So we mark the job as in progress at this point, but it's not at that point. There was a problem. There was a problem in this harvest. So we mark our job as in progress and we go to harvest the food. We arrive at it. We've arrived at it and we're in here. What happens? So our job no longer exists anymore. We've got to be aware of that. Okay, so the first thing it does is it puts itself into the pickup animation. Waits for a moment. See, its current target can still exist because the creature's not despawned yet. The current target does still exist. It's the job that doesn't exist anymore. So really what it should do is it should just check whether its job exists before marking its job as non-existent, or in fact before. Yeah, it should always do that before it tries to mark its job as complete. So get current job. If it's equal to nothing, right, so if it is equal to nothing, we don't mark it as complete. Oh, sugar. No, that's not that. Sorry about that. It's actually this. Let's get primary job. So if primary job is equal to nothing, we skip that last step. Else we perform it. Okay, so I think that will get rid of the error. Right, there we go. Got rid of the error. Okay. Right, okay, back to chat. Everyone vote for new enemies. You're obsessed with these votes, Hawk. Make a temporary target market so that the ant goes where the job was. It reaches it, checks the job's still there. If not, look for another job. If yes, continue with the job. Yeah, we probably should add a check-in actually, for its arrival, just to check whether the job still exists. So many straw polls going on. Right. Okay, so yeah. I'm gonna jot this down in my book of dreams. Dreams. Not a book of dreams. Check. Job exists on arrival. Right. Okay, so we've got the basics of that system in place. Just going to check that that normal food still works. Should, in theory, still work. Get rid of that. Yeah, it's working fine, right? Look at them all. Okay, so normal food still works, and now we can actually harvest food from the the creatures we kill. Excellent. Right, I think I'm going to stop there for today. Yeah, I've been on for about 4 hours already. I believe I'll be on tomorrow as well. I'll come up with a similarly difficult task to take on tomorrow. I'm going to do a few more things tonight on the game as well. Yeah, I'm gonna end the stream here, and tomorrow I also might put a level, export the level with the food harvesting in and the sound changes and that to give you guys a go. But I'm not going to do that until tomorrow because there's more stuff I want to do before then, before I export it. So yeah, guys, thanks very much for coming along and spending some time with me whilst I developed, and also for batting some ideas off each other and throwing some stuff around. It's good to get an idea for what the community actually wants to accomplish. And yeah, we're going to be putting up another stretch goal later today. I think later today. I need to speak with the others and make sure everything's ready to put up the next stretch goal. But there will be one coming up soon. Thanks so much for all your support and donations. No, donations, they're not donations, they're pledges. Thanks so much for all your support and pledges. It means a lot, and it's great that people are really enthusiastic about this project. It's really telling us that we're on the right track. So yeah, I'll stay in touch, and I'll speak to you. I'll speak to you all tomorrow if you're about. And obviously if you find us on social media channels as well. Okay, thanks very much, and I will see the